Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. Evening descended upon Freeside in gentle waves of amber and purple, the fading sunlight catching on broken windows and weather-worn signs that had once advertised the glamour of old Vegas. The streets grew quiet as residents retreated to whatever shelter they had claimed as home. The usual bustle of day traders and wanderers giving way to the more subdued rhythm of night in the wasteland. Neon lights flickered to life, casting pools of blue and red across cracked pavement, a dim echo of the brilliance that had once defined this corner of Nevada. The King's School of Impersonation stood as a monument to pre-war nostalgia amid the ruins of Freeside, its faded facade somehow more dignified than the buildings surrounding it. The structure had weathered nuclear devastation and the subsequent centuries with remarkable resilience, much like the man who had claimed it as his domain. Inside, beyond the main performance hall, where his followers practiced their distinctive swagger and perfected their pompadours, the king himself sat in contemplative silence. His private quarters reflected both the limitations of post-apocalyptic existence and his peculiar dedication to a long-forgotten cultural icon. Faded posters adorned walls patched with scavenged materials, while a collection of intact records stood carefully arranged on shelves built from repurposed theater seats. A jukebox hummed softly in the corner, the gentle strains of Can't Help Falling in Love providing a soundtrack to his evening reflection. Rex, his cybernetic canine companion, dozed at his feet, mechanical components occasionally whirring as the dog processed electronic dreams. The king ran a hand through his immaculately styled hair, a gesture that had become almost meditative over years of leadership. His outfit, a white jumpsuit with decorative stitching and an upturned collar, had been painstakingly maintained despite the scarcity of proper cleaning supplies in the wasteland. The garment represented more than personal vanity. It was a symbol of his authority, a uniform that distinguished him from the desperate masses struggling to survive in Freeside's unforgiving environment. "Ain't that a kick in the head?" he murmured to himself, using one of the expressions he had adopted from holotapes of the historical figure he emulated. The phrase seemed fitting for the situation developing outside his walls, rumors of discontent spreading through certain sectors of Freeside, whispers of organized resistance to his rule, questions about whether his leadership still served the community's best interests. A gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come on in," he called, his distinctive drawl carrying the same measured authority it had for over a decade of leadership. Passar entered with the confident stride of someone who had earned his position through loyalty rather than intimidation. As the king's right-hand man and childhood friend, he carried himself with the assurance of someone who understood power without being corrupted by it. His own styled hair and similar clothing created a visual connection to the king, though subtle differences maintained the clear hierarchy between them. "Evening, boss," Pacer said, taking a seat in a worn armchair across from the king. "Thought you might want an update on the situation with Mick's crew." The king nodded, appreciating Pasa's directness. Their long history together had forged a relationship where pleasantries could be dispensed with when matters of importance required attention. "Let's hear it." They've gathered about 20 people at the old bodega on East Fremont, mostly younger folks, some of Mick's friends from the western barricades, a few traders who felt squeezed by our protection arrangements. Pacer kept his tone neutral, presenting information without embellishment. No weapons displayed yet, but Dixon says they've been stockpiling supplies, like they're preparing for something prolonged. The king absorbed this information with outward calm, though his fingers drummed a gentle rhythm on the armrest of his chair. Leadership in Freeside required constant awareness of shifting alliances and grievances, the delicate balance of authority and compassion that kept chaos at bay without resorting to the brutality that defined other wasteland communities. "And what's their grievance this time?" he asked, though he already had a reasonable idea. Discontent in Freeside typically stemmed from the same fundamental issues: resource distribution, security concerns, or perceived favoritism in how the kings enforced their particular brand of justice. "Water access, primarily," Pacer confirmed. "The western pump has been running dry every afternoon for the past week. They claim we're diverting too much to the Central Square vendors, who pay us tribute. There's also talk about how we handled that dispute with the Van Graffs last month. Some feel we gave too much ground, showed weakness." The king nodded slowly, considering these complaints with genuine attention rather than dismissal. Unlike many who held power in the wasteland, he had never lost the capacity to see legitimate grievances behind opposition. Perhaps that explained his longevity as a leader in a world where most authority figures met violent ends. "The water situation needs addressing regardless," he acknowledged. "Have Wayne take a look at the western pump system tomorrow. See if there's a technical issue before we assume it's a distribution problem. As for the Van Graffs..." He paused, thoughtfully scratching Rex behind the ears. The cybernetic dog responded with a contented mechanical whir. Sometimes avoiding bloodshed looks like weakness to those who haven't seen enough of it, but point taken. Pacer seemed to relax slightly, his shoulders lowering as he recognized the king was taking the situation seriously without overreacting. "What's our play with Mick's gathering? The boys are ready to show force if you give the word. We could have 30 kings surrounding that bodega within the hour." The king studied his longtime friend, noting the subtle eagerness in his posture. Pacer had always been the more aggressive counterbalance to his own measured approach, valuable in many situations, but potentially problematic in delicate negotiations. Their different instincts had created a leadership dynamic that had served Freeside well, provided they recognized when each approach was appropriate. "Force is the easy answer," the king replied, his voice carrying the soft cadence that had become his trademark. "But easy answers rarely solve hard problems for long. No, I think this calls for something with a little more style." He rose from his chair with deliberate grace, moving to a weathered wardrobe in the corner of the room. Opening its doors revealed a collection of carefully preserved clothing, variations on his signature look, each maintained with remarkable attention to detail despite the scarcity of resources. He selected a black jacket with silver embroidery, more formal than his usual attire. "We'll pay them a visit," he declared, shrugging into the jacket with practiced ease. "Not with 30 kings carrying baseball bats, but just you and me and maybe Sergio, since he knows Mick's people better than most. Sometimes the most powerful move is just showing up when they least expect it." Pace's expression registered surprise followed by concern. That's a risk, boss. Walking into their gathering without backup, they might take it as an opportunity rather than a courtesy. The king smiled slightly, adjusting his collar in a small mirror mounted on the wall. The day I can't walk safely in any part of Freeside is the day I shouldn't be leading it anymore. Besides, 20 malcontents in a bodega aren't NCR rangers or Legion assassins. They're our neighbors with legitimate concerns who've temporarily forgotten we're on the same side. This philosophy had defined the king's approach to leadership from the beginning, treating Freeside as a community rather than a territory to be controlled. While other wasteland powers ruled through fear or military might, he had built his authority on a foundation of earned respect and a genuine desire to improve conditions for those under his protection. It wasn't always the easiest path, but it had created a stability rare in the post-apocalyptic world. At least let me send word to have some of our people in the area, out of sight but close enough to respond if things go sideways, Paisha suggested, a reasonable compromise between their differing approaches. The king nodded his agreement while collecting a few small items from his desk. A packet of caps as a gesture of goodwill, a holotape containing music that might diffuse tension, and a carefully preserved silver lighter that served as both a practical tool and a subtle symbol of authority. No weapons were added to this collection. In Freeside, the king's presence itself had become his most effective protection. "Vecchero, have Sergio meet us at the north entrance in 10 minutes, he instructed, giving Rex a final pat before preparing to leave. The cybernetic dog raised its head, sensory systems registering its master's departure. "And Pacer, remember we're going to listen as much as talk. These people ain't our enemies unless we make them so." The cool evening air carried the distinctive scents of Freeside. Cooking fires, the chemical undertones of homemade alcohol, and the ever-present dusty dryness of the Mojave. As the king and his small entourage made their way through familiar streets, residents acknowledged his passing with nods of respect or quiet greetings. Even those who might question aspects of his leadership recognized the stability his presence had brought to a community that might otherwise have collapsed into the same tribal warfare that defined much of the wasteland. Sergio joined them at the designated meeting point, a former King's member who now served as a community liaison, particularly skilled at understanding the perspectives of Freeside's various factions. His insights had prevented numerous conflicts over the years, his ability to translate grievances into practical solutions proving invaluable to the King's governance. "Evening, boss," Sergio greeted them, his tone respectful without being deferential. Mix gathered quite a crowd, mostly younger folks frustrated about the water situation, though there's an undercurrent of broader dissatisfaction, complaints about how the strip gets priority while Freeside struggles, that sort of thing. The king nodded, having expected as much. The new Vegas Strip's prosperity amid the surrounding poverty created inevitable tensions, with Freeside caught in the uncomfortable middle ground, better off than the open wasteland but forever in the shadow of Mr. House's protected enclave of pre-war luxury. "Any weapons visible?" Pacer asked, his gaze scanning the streets ahead with practiced vigilance. "Nothing significant," Sergio replied. "A few personal protection pieces, but nothing that suggests they're planning violence. This looks more like people wanting to be heard than starting a revolution." They continued their approach to the bodega, a 2-story structure that had once been a neighborhood grocery store before the bombs fell. Now it served as a community gathering place, its upper floor converted to modest living quarters, while the ground level remained an open space for trading and occasional meetings. Light spilled from its windows onto the cracked sidewalk, and the murmur of voices grew more distinct as they neared. The king paused momentarily before the entrance, adjusting his posture almost imperceptibly. Shoulders back, chin slightly raised, the physical embodiment of confident authority tempered with approachability. It was a presence he had cultivated over years of leadership, understanding that appearance and demeanor communicated as much as words in maintaining the delicate balance of power. "Remember," he said quietly to his companions, "we're here to understand, not intimidate." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped inside, his entrance causing an immediate ripple of surprised silence through the gathered crowd. Perhaps 20 people had assembled in the open space, seated on mismatched chairs or leaning against walls decorated with faded pre-war advertisements. Conversations halted mid-sentence as all eyes turned toward the unexpected visitors. Mick stood near the back of the room, a young man in his early 20s whose thin frame belied a charismatic intensity that had drawn others to his cause. He had been mid-gesture when the king entered, his hand frozen in emphasis of whatever point he had been making. Surprise registered on his face, quickly followed by something more complex. A mixture of defiance and uncertainty at finding himself suddenly face to face with the very authority figure he had been criticizing. The king allowed the silence to extend for just a moment, enough to establish his presence without creating discomfort. Then he smiled, a genuine expression rather than a calculated one, and addressed the room in his melodious drawl. "Evening, folks. Hope I'm not interrupting anything too important." His tone carried no sarcasm or threat, only the casual warmth that had become his trademark. "Heard there was a gathering to discuss some concerns about how things are running in Freeside. Figured it might be useful for me to hear them directly, save everyone the trouble of sending a representative." The calculated informality of this approach disrupted whatever narrative had been developing in the room. Many had lightly expected either ignorance of their meeting or an aggressive response, armed kings arriving to disperse them with threats or violence. The king's personal appearance, with minimal escort, represented a third option for which they had no prepared response. Mick recovered first, standing a little straighter as he found his voice. "We didn't expect you to come yourself," he admitted, the slight tremor in his words betraying nervousness beneath his attempt at confidence. "That's apparent," the king replied with a gentle chuckle that invited others to share in the humor of the moment rather than feel mocked by it. "But here I am, and I genuinely like to hear what's on everyone's mind. The Western Pump situation, concerns about our arrangements with the Van Graffs, whatever else is troubling folks. Can't address problems I don't fully understand." He moved further into the room with casual confidence, nodding acknowledgements to individuals he recognized. Passa and Sergio remained near the entrance, present but non-threatening, allowing the king to command the space without appearing to need protection. An older woman named Clara, whose tiny garden plot had given her a respected voice in community matters, broke the uncertain silence. "The water situation has become untenable, King. Western Quarter gets maybe an hour of flow each morning before the pressure drops to nothing. Meanwhile, the central market vendors seem to have all they need for washing their wares and keeping their stock fresh." The king nodded, giving her concern visible consideration rather than defensive dismissal. "That's a fair observation, Clara. Though I should mention, Wayne's going to check the Western pump mechanism tomorrow. There may be a technical issue rather than a distribution problem. Either way, you're right that it needs addressing, and you have my word it will be." This direct acknowledgement seemed to release some of the tension in the room. Another voice spoke up, a trader who operated a small repair shop near the western barricade. "It's not just water. Protection payments have increased twice this year. But when I had trouble with scavengers breaking into my storage last month, it took 3 days for any kings to respond. Again, the king listened without immediate defense or explanation, allowing the grievances to emerge naturally rather than challenging each point. When several more residents had spoken about resource distribution, security concerns, perceptions of favoritism in how disputes were handled, he finally responded with thoughtful consideration. First, I appreciate everyone speaking plainly, he began, his voice carrying easily through the now attentive room. These are all legitimate concerns deserving proper attention. Some, like the water issue, we can address immediately. Others, like how we balance our protection resources, might need more comprehensive discussion. He moved to a central position in the room, his presence naturally drawing focus without requiring domination. But there's something more fundamental here I'm hearing beneath the specific complaints. A feeling that Freeside's leadership, that I, have grown distant from the day-to-day struggles many of you face. That decisions are being made without considering their impact on everyone affected. This perceptive summary caused visible reactions throughout the room. Slight nods, exchanged glances that confirmed he had identified the underlying current of their discontent. Even Mick seemed momentarily disarmed by this frank acknowledgement. The distance isn't intentional, the king continued, but intention doesn't change impact. So here's what I propose. First, immediate attention to the water distribution system, with daily updates posted at the Western pump station about progress. Second, a review of our protection arrangements with input from representatives of each quarter of Freeside, including adjustments where we've gotten the balance wrong. He paused, allowing these concrete proposals to register before continuing. And third, perhaps most importantly, regular community councils like this one, but with King's leadership present from the start, not to control the conversation, but to ensure we're hearing concerns directly rather than allowing them to build to the point where folks feel gathering in secret is their only recourse. The measured reasonableness of this response created a palpable shift in the room's atmosphere. Many had come expecting confrontation or dismissal. Instead, they found their concerns not only acknowledged, but met with practical proposals for addressing both immediate issues and the underlying governance problems. Mick, whose leadership position was subtly being recalibrated by this interaction, found himself in the awkward position of responding to reasonable proposals after having prepared for resistance. That sounds promising, he admitted, clearly recalibrating his approach. But words come easy. How do we know these councils will actually influence decisions? It was a fair question, one that demonstrated why Mick had emerged as a voice for the discontented. He possessed both the courage to challenge authority and the intelligence to identify substantial issues rather than merely symbolic ones. The king nodded, acknowledging the validity of the concern. Trust is earned through actions, not promises. You're absolutely right about that, Mick. So let's start with something concrete. He reached into his pocket and removed the small packet of caps he had brought. This is a gesture toward addressing the Western Quarter's immediate needs while we fix the water situation. 300 caps for communal use, to be administered however your local council sees fit. He placed the caps on a small table near the center of the room, the metal currency catching the light from overhead lamps. It's not a solution to everything, but it's a tangible step while we work on the larger issues. And I'd like you, Mick, to join Sergio in organizing the first official community council next week. Your ability to articulate concerns clearly is exactly what Freeside needs in its governance. This unexpected offer elevating a potential rival into a recognized position within the community leadership structure, demonstrated the king's particular genius for governance. Rather than suppressing opposition, he incorporated it, transforming potential threats into strengthened community structures. Mick's expression registered surprise followed by cautious consideration. "I'd need to think about that," he replied, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. "Of course," the king agreed easily. "Take your time. The office stands whenever you're ready." He glanced around the room, making brief eye contact with several people who had spoken up earlier. "The same goes for anyone here with ideas about how we can make Freeside work better for everyone. My door is open, not just tonight, but going forward." He began moving toward the exit, having accomplished what he came for, diffusing immediate tension, acknowledging legitimate concerns, and establishing a path forward that incorporated rather than suppressed dissenting voices. It was a masterclass in wasteland diplomacy, maintaining authority not through force, but through genuine engagement with the community he led. "Don't let my arrival end your discussion," he added as he reached the door where Pacer and Sergio waited. "These conversations are valuable. I just ask that next time you might consider inviting me from the start. Turns out I'm pretty reasonable when approached directly." With that gentle, humorous note, he departed, leaving behind a gathering transformed from potential rebellion into something closer to a legitimate town hall. As he stepped back into the cool, Freeside night, Pacer fell into step beside him, a hint of admiration visible beneath his usually stoic expression. "That could have gone differently with another approach," Pacer observed quietly as they made their way back toward the School of Impersonation. The king nodded, his gaze taking in the familiar streets of the community he had helped build from wasteland chaos. "Force creates temporary compliance but permanent resentment," he replied. "I'd rather have willing supporters than fearful subjects. Besides," Mick raised some points worth considering. "Fresh perspectives keep leadership from growing stagnant." They continued their walk through Freeside's evening landscape, passing residents who nodded respectfully or called quiet greetings. The subtle dance of leadership and community, authority and responsibility, continued with each such interaction, the invisible threads of influence and respect that bound this unusual society together under the king's governance. Back at the School of Impersonation, the king returned to his private quarters, where Rex greeted him with mechanical enthusiasm, sensors registering his master's return. The jukebox continued its soft melody, creating a sense of continuity that reinforced the stability he worked so hard to maintain. He removed the formal jacket, returning it carefully to its place in the wardrobe, and poured a small measure of preserved pre-war whiskey into a relatively intact glass. The rare drink represented a small personal indulgence after navigating the evening's delicate situation successfully. Settling into his chair with Rex at his feet, the king allowed himself a moment of private reflection. Leadership in the wasteland offered no perfect solutions, only competing imperfections that required constant balancing of immediate needs against long-term stability. Tonight had reinforced both the challenges and rewards of his chosen path. The responsibility of holding together a community amid the harsh realities of post-apocalyptic existence. The whiskey caught the light as he swirled it gently, amber liquid creating tiny whirlpools in the glass. Like Freeside itself, it represented something preserved from the old world, but transformed by the reality of the new. Something that required careful handling to maintain its value amid surrounding harshness. Tomorrow would bring practical implementations of tonight's promises. Wayne's inspection of the water pumps, initial planning for the community council, adjustments to protection arrangements for the Western Quarter. The work of leadership continued in these daily decisions and actions, the unglamorous reality behind the symbolic authority. But tonight, in the quiet of his room with the gentle strains of music providing background to his thoughts, the king allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, not in victory over opposition, but in the successful navigation of legitimately complex community needs, in leadership that served rather than dominated the society it helped create. Rex shifted position at his feet, the cybernetic canine system cycling into a rest mode that mimicked natural sleep. The king reached down to gently stroke the dog's metal-reinforced flank, finding comfort in the companionship of this creature that, like Freeside itself, represented a unique blend of past and present, technological enhancement and natural resilience. Outside, Freeside settled into its evening rhythm, traders closing their makeshift stalls, kings patrolling strategic intersections, residents securing whatever shelter they had claimed in this imperfect but functioning society. The king's leadership had helped create this relative stability amid wasteland chaos, his particular approach to authority allowing space for genuine community rather than mere subjugation. The gathering at the bodega had already begun to disperse, its participants returning to their homes with minds processing the unexpected turn the evening had taken. Seeds of new possibility had been planted, the opportunity for more direct involvement in governance, channels for addressing grievances before they festered into rebellion, the potential for a Freeside that better addressed the needs of all its residents, rather than just those near its center. The king finished his whiskey and placed the glass carefully on a small side table. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, as each day did in the perpetual struggle to maintain civilization's fragile foothold in the wasteland. But tonight had reinforced his fundamental approach to leadership, that authority, maintained through respect and genuine engagement, proved ultimately more durable than power enforced through fear or violence. As he prepared for sleep, he noticed the jukebox had cycled to Heartbreak Hotel, its gentle melody filling the quiet room. There was something appropriate about the timing, a musical reminder of the loneliness that often accompanied leadership positions. Yet the king found himself at peace with this reality, accepting it as part of the role he had chosen in helping shape Freeside's unique place in the Mojave wasteland. Outside his window, the stars emerged in the clear desert sky, ancient light unchanged by the nuclear reshaping of the world below. The king's last thoughts before sleep took him were not of power or control, but of community and purpose, the continuing work of building something meaningful from the remnants of the old world, while navigating the challenges of the new. While the king found peaceful slumber in his quarters at the School of Impersonation, elsewhere in the Mojave a different power struggle was unfolding. Miles to the east, beneath the crimson banners of Caesar's legion, an ambitious young frumentarius contemplated his precarious position in the brutal hierarchy. As he carefully mapped his ascension through the ranks, balancing loyalty against ambition, our next tale beckons from the harsh discipline of the Legion camp. Join us for the crown of Caesar. The Mojave sun descended toward the western horizon, its harsh light softening to amber hues that painted Legion territory in deceptively gentle colors. Shadows lengthened across the fortified camp, stretching like dark fingers between rows of crimson tents arranged with military precision. The distinctive standards of Caesar's legion stood stark against the evening sky, bull insignia and golden wreaths catching the fading light as they fluttered in the desert breeze. Antonius stood at the camp's eastern perimeter, his posture demonstrating the rigid discipline that defined Legion existence. As a frumentarius, one of Caesar's elite intelligence officers, he wore the distinctive armor that marked his rank, though he had removed his helmet to feel the cooling evening air against his closely cropped hair. His features remained composed in careful neutrality, betraying none of the thoughts that moved beneath this practiced stillness. From his vantage point, he could observe the entire camp's methodical evening routine, legionaries completing assigned duties with mechanical precision, slaves moving carefully through designated pathways with downcast eyes, centurions conducting inspections with merciless attention to detail. The structured hierarchy that defined Caesar's legion was visible in every interaction, every movement, a human machine constructed according to the vision of one extraordinary man. The thought of Caesar himself drew Antonius's gaze toward the raised hill at the camp's center, where the leader's elaborate tent stood illuminated by carefully positioned braziers. Unlike the uniform simplicity of other legion dwellings, Caesar's quarters displayed calculated grandeur, larger, more elaborate, adorned with symbols and trophies that reinforced his status as divine leader rather than mere military commander. Contemplating the sunset, Antonius? An unusual indulgence for someone of your ambition. The voice came from behind him, measured and thoughtful, rather than accusatory. Antonius turned to find Gaius approaching, another frumentarius whose weathered face bore the subtle marks of wasteland expeditions and covert operations. Though they held equal rank, Gaius possessed seniority in years of service, his experience commanding respectful acknowledgement, even in the brutal meritocracy of legion hierarchy. Observing, not contemplating, Antonius replied, his tone carefully calibrated between respect and assertion. The camp's defenses appear adequate, but not exceptional. The western approach remains vulnerable to ranged attack. If NCR scouts identified the elevated position 2 kilometers out, this professional observation established their interaction on solid Legion ground, tactical assessment rather than personal conversation, duty rather than friendship. Such was the way of their organization, where bonds formed through shared purpose rather than emotional connection. Gaius nodded, moving to stand beside him at the observation point. Your assessment has been noted in 3 separate reports to the Praetorian commander. The response remains unchanged. Our forces are to be visible from western approaches to deter NCR scouting, rather than hidden to optimize defensive positioning. Something in his tone suggested gentle challenge beneath the factual statement, testing whether Antonius would question established command decisions. Such conversations carried inherent risk in Legion society, where loyalty was paramount and dissent potentially fatal. Caesar's wisdom encompasses factors beyond mere tactical positioning, Antonius responded, the formal phrasing masking his personal doubts. Psychological impact carries weight, equal to defensive optimization when dealing with NCR command structures. The political navigation of this exchange illustrated the complex dance required of those who rose to frumentarius rank within the Legion. Direct criticism of leadership decisions invited dangerous scrutiny, yet blind acceptance demonstrated a lack of analytical thinking that limited advancement potential. The narrow path between these extremes required careful verbal precision. Both men stood in silence for several moments, watching as the camp's illumination shifted from natural sunlight to the controlled flames of torches and fire pits. The transition created new patterns of light and shadow, revealing different aspects of the Legion's military precision. while concealing others in darkness. "You've been summoned to Caesar's tent tomorrow," Gaius said finally, the casual delivery belying the significant implications of such a directive. "After morning inspection before the midday meal, you're to report directly to Vulpes Inculta rather than the guard detail." This information sent a carefully controlled ripple through Antonius's composed exterior. Direct summons to Caesar's presence routed through Vulpes Inculta, head of the Frumentarii and among the most feared men in the legion hierarchy, could represent either exceptional opportunity or imminent execution. In Caesar's legion, the distance between these outcomes was often remarkably small. "Has the purpose been specified?" Antonius inquired, maintaining professional detachment despite the potential significance of this development. Gaius shook his head slightly. "Volpester provides explanations only when he deems them necessary, though I would note that 3 other Frumentarii received similar summons: Tacitus, Servius, and Marcus, all officers with significant field experience and personal accomplishments in information gathering. This additional context provided both clarification and complication. A collective summons suggested assignment rather than punishment, likely a special operation requiring their particular skills. Yet it also established a competitive dynamic among officers accustomed to operating independently, potentially positioning them against each other for evaluation purposes. "I appreciate the information," Antonius acknowledged, the simple phrase conveying deeper meaning between men who understood the value of advanced intelligence in navigating legion politics. "The Western Watch rotation begins soon. I should prepare." Gaius nodded, recognizing the practical end to their conversation. "True to Caesar," he offered in standard legion farewell. "True to Caesar," Antonius echoed, the ritual response automatic after years of conditioning, though private thoughts remained carefully guarded behind the formal declaration. As Gaius departed, Antonius remained at his observation point for several additional moments, processing this new development with methodical thoroughness. His rise through legion ranks had been calculated and deliberate, each assigned task completed with exceptional attention to detail, each mission accomplished with precise adherence to objectives, while demonstrating initiative within appropriate parameters. He had navigated the dangerous waters of legion advancement without triggering the suspicion that often destroyed promising careers or ending in the arena executions that awaited those who failed significant assignments. Now, he had attracted attention at the highest levels of command, creating both opportunity and vulnerability in equal measure. In the Legion, advancement never came without proportional risk, the price of power measured in exposure to increasingly dangerous responsibility. The cooling evening air carried distant sounds of the camp's continued operations, the rhythmic marching of patrol details, the metallic clash of weapons practice concluding for the day, the subdued murmur of conversations conducted at approved volumes and durations. The structured soundscape reinforced the Legion's fundamental nature, order imposed through rigid discipline, individual identity subordinated to collective purpose, strength maintained through strict adherence to hierarchy. Antonius began his walk toward the western perimeter where his watch rotation would begin, his pace measured and purposeful. Fellow legionaries acknowledged him with appropriate gestures as he passed. Salutes from those of lower rank, nods of recognition from peers, the subtle dynamics of status woven into every interaction. He returned each with precise adherence to protocol, the choreography of Legion courtesy performed with unconscious accuracy after years of conditioning. His assigned watch position provided excellent vantage of the western approach, while remaining partially concealed by natural rock formations. Unlike standard legionaries who conducted perimeter watches in pairs, Frumenterii often maintained solitary positions that allowed uninterrupted observation and assessment. This isolation suited Antonius, providing rare opportunity for private thought while fulfilling official duty. As darkness claimed the Mojave completely, stars emerged in brilliant clarity across the unpolluted sky. The wasteland's hostile environment offered this singular beauty in compensation. Night skies untainted by the artificial illumination that had dominated pre-war cities, celestial patterns visible with remarkable definition. Antonius permitted himself a brief moment to acknowledge this natural wonder, before returning full attention to his assigned surveillance zone. His thoughts turned to the upcoming summons, methodically analyzing potential scenarios with the disciplined assessment that had become his defining characteristic. His Caesar's health had become subject of careful, whispered discussion among observant officers. Minor signs noticed during public appearances, subtle changes in routine, increased seclusion within his private quarters. Nothing definitive enough to prompt open concern, but sufficient to create undercurrents of speculation among those whose survival depended on accurately reading political currents. Such thoughts qualified as dangerous even within the privacy of one's mind. The legion's structure depended on Caesar's perceived invulnerability, his divine authority unchallenged by mortal considerations like illness or succession planning. Yet pragmatic officers like Antonius recognized that all empires faced transition moments, and preparation for such eventualities often determined who emerged with power and who decorated crucifixion poles along legion highways. The distant howl of a coyote penetrated his thoughts, the sound carrying clearly through the desert night. The wasteland's predators maintained their ancient patterns, despite humanity's nuclear reshaping of the world, adapting to radiation-altered environments while continuing their fundamental behaviors. There was wisdom in this natural resilience, this capacity to maintain core identity while adjusting to changing circumstances. Antonius shifted positions slightly, scanning the darkness with practiced precision. His night vision had been honed through specialized training and extensive field experience, allowing him to distinguish subtle variations in shadow that might indicate movement or position changes in the terrain beyond the camp. The discipline of constant vigilance had become second nature, his body maintaining alert readiness even as his mind processed complex calculations of risk and opportunity. The hours of his watch passed in this meditative state of divided attention, dutiful observation of assigned territory, while conducting internal assessment of his position within legion hierarchy. By the time his replacement arrived at the designated rotation hour, he had reached no definitive conclusions about tomorrow's summons, only refined awareness of potential outcomes and appropriate responses to each. Frumentorius, the arriving legionary greeted him with precise formality, offering the salute appropriate to their respective ranks. Antonius returned with equal protocol. No movement detected in Western Quadrant throughout watch duration. Minor wildlife activity approximately 1 kilometer out, consistent with normal patterns. Standard visibility conditions with minimal moon illumination. This professional handover complete, he departed the watch station and made his way through the now quiet camp toward the Frumenterii quarters. Unlike standard legionaries who shared large barracks tents organized by squad and century, officers of his rank were afforded small private quarters, a practical acknowledgement of their need for space, to process intelligence reports and plan operations, rather than a comfort concession. His assigned dwelling reflected Legion priorities in its austere functionality. a narrow cot, a small desk with oil lamp, a secure footlocker for equipment storage, and a weapons rack holding his assigned armaments. No decorations adorned the canvas walls. No personal items occupied the limited space beyond those with practical application to his duties. The Legion discouraged individual expression as distraction from collective purpose, a philosophy Antonius had internalized effectively enough that he rarely noticed the sparse conditions. He removed his armor with practiced efficiency, performing the standard maintenance checks that preserved equipment functionality. Each piece was inspected for potential damage or wear, metal components wiped clean of dust, leather fittings treated with precious oil to prevent cracking in the dry desert conditions. This mundane ritual carried significance beyond mere equipment preservation. It reinforced the disciplined attention to detail that separated successful officers from those who failed through carelessness or neglect. With basic needs addressed, Antonius settled on his cot, legs crossed in meditation position, learned from an ancient book on military discipline that Caesar had included in the limited approved reading materials. The technique allowed physical rest while maintaining mental alertness, a compromise between necessary sleep and continued preparedness that proved valuable for officers in field conditions. His mind returned to the impending summons, considering what preparations might prove beneficial given the limited information available. The inclusion of 3 other frumentarii suggested some form of special operation requiring their particular skills, likely information gathering related to NCR movements, or perhaps tribal negotiations in territories beyond Legion control. Such assignments typically involved significant autonomy within defined parameters, testing both initiative and judgment while maintaining loyalty to Legion objectives. The involvement of Vulpes in Kulza added particular dimension to potential scenarios. The head of Frumentarii operations was known for orchestrating complex psychological operations rather than direct military engagements, manipulating enemy perception, undermining opposition morale through targeted actions, creating division among adversaries through carefully structured disinformation. Missions under his direction typically required subtlety and patience rather than brute strength, qualities Antonius had demonstrated throughout his service. As Antonius processed these considerations, soft footsteps outside his quarters drew immediate attention. The careful tread suggested deliberate approach rather than routine patrol movement, someone making effort to move quietly without appearing furtive. Few legitimate reasons existed for such behavior during camp night hours, when all personnel were assigned specific locations and functions. His hand moved automatically to the knife secured beside his cot, fingers wrapping around the familiar handle with practiced ease. Legion training emphasized readiness for both external threats and internal challenges. The constant awareness that advancement often came through elimination of competition rather than merely superior performance. The tent flap moved slightly, admitting a figure whose outline Antonius recognized immediately despite the limited illumination. Servius, one of the Frumentarii also summoned to tomorrow's meeting, entered with the careful movements of someone accustomed to clandestine operation. His expression displayed the measured neutrality common to Legion officers, though his eyes carried intense focus that suggested significant purpose behind this irregular visit. Antonius, he acknowledged in carefully modulated volume, neither whisper that might suggest conspiracy, nor normal speaking voice that would carry beyond canvas walls. A moment of your time, if duty permits. Though phrased as request, the interaction carried implicit challenge, Servius entering private quarters without prior notification, creating situation where refusal would suggest weakness or fear. Such subtle power dynamics characterized Legion officer interactions, constant assessment and positioning beneath formal protocol. "Of course," Antonius replied with equal control, setting aside his knife in deliberate movements that acknowledged awareness without expressing threat. He remained seated, neither rising in defensive posture nor adjusting to inferior position. "How may I assist, a brother frumentarius?" Servius moved to stand near the tent's center, positioning that allowed observation of both entrance and occupant while maintaining appropriate distance. His armor showed the subtle modifications characteristic of officers who spent significant time in field operations: reinforced joints for silent movement, darkened metal surfaces to reduce reflectivity, additional knife sheaths positioned for rapid access. "We share a summons tomorrow," he stated without preamble, Legion communication typically favoring directness over social pleasantries. "An unusual gathering of specific frumentarii officers rather than general briefing. This suggests evaluation for special assignment, or perhaps identification of succession candidates, should current leadership change." This last suggestion carried dangerous implications. Acknowledgement of potential transitions within command structure that official doctrine presented as eternally stable. Such conversation qualified as potential sedition, depending on interpretation and who might overhear. The calculated risk of such discussion demonstrated Servius's assessment of both current political currents and Antonius's reliability as confidant. "Caesar's wisdom guides all Legion operations," Antonius responded, the formal phrase serving as both acknowledgement and deflection. "Frumentari serve according to assigned purpose, without speculation regarding matters beyond our domain." Servius's expression remained unaltered by this cautious response, though something in his eyes suggested both understanding and assessment. "Indeed. Yet wisdom includes preparation for all contingencies, does it not? The coming days may present opportunities for those positioned advantageously, or hazards for those lacking proper awareness." The ambiguous phrasing maintained plausible deniability while conveying clear message. Alliance being offered, confederation against other summoned officers, shared intelligence to navigate whatever evaluation or assignment tomorrow might bring. Such arrangements occurred with some frequency among ambitious Legion officers, temporary alliances of convenience that lasted precisely as long as mutual benefit continued. "The Legion prospers through individual excellence in service to collective purpose," Antonius replied, maintaining formal language that neither accepted nor rejected the implicit offer. "Each frumentarius brings unique capabilities to Caesar's vision. Our strength lies in diverse approaches united by common loyalty." This diplomatic response acknowledged the overture without commitment, preserving flexibility while avoiding potential entrapment. Legion politics required such careful navigation, particularly among officers of intelligence division, where loyalty tests and false propositions remained common practice. Servius studied him silently for a measured moment, calculating response against whatever objective had prompted this nocturnal visit. Finally, he offered slight nod, neither approval nor disappointment visible in his controlled features. "Well stated, brother Frumentarius. We serve best through clear understanding of our purpose." He moved toward the tent entrance with the same measured steps that had marked his arrival. "Until tomorrow's audience, then, may Mars guide your path. And yours." Antonius returned, the formal blessing automatic despite the unusual context of their interaction. After Servius departed, Antonius remained motionless for several minutes, processing this additional complexity with methodical thoroughness. The visit carried multiple potential interpretations. genuine alliance proposal, loyalty tests from Vulpurus conducted through proxy, or assessment of Antonius's ambitions and discretion before tomorrow's gathering. Perhaps all simultaneously, layers of purpose characteristic of frumentarii operations where nothing occurred without multiple objectives. He returned to his meditation posture, recognizing that sleep would prove elusive given these developments. Better to utilize the quiet hours for preparation, mental conditioning, scenario planning, review of recent intelligence reports that might provide context for tomorrow's summons. Legion doctrine emphasized maximizing available resources rather than lamenting limitations, turning constraint into advantage through disciplined approach. The night deepened around his silent contemplation, camp sounds diminishing to the minimal operational noise of a military installation at rest. Occasional patrol movements, the distant challenge and response of changing guards, the soft flutter of Legion banners in desert breeze. Within this controlled environment, Antonius confronted the fundamental contradiction of his position, ambition within system that demanded absolute subordination, individual excellence in service to collective epiphany, that theoretically valued only loyalty to Caesar's vision. Morning arrived with characteristic Mojave abruptness, darkness yielding to brilliant light as the sun emerged above eastern mountains. The camp activated with practiced precision, hundreds of legionaries moving from sleep to full operational readiness within carefully prescribed time frame. Morning ritual unfolded according to unchanging pattern: formation, inspection, exercise, meal distribution, assignment to daily duties. The structured routine that reinforced Legion identity through constant repetition. Antonius prepared himself with particular attention, ensuring his appearance and equipment projected both capability and appropriate humility. Legion promotion required delicate balance, demonstrating superior qualities without suggesting threat to established hierarchy. Strength tempered by visible loyalty, ambition channeled exclusively toward approved objectives rather than personal advancement. He proceeded toward the camp center as morning inspection concluded, timing his arrival at Caesar's tent precisely as instructed, neither early to suggest eagerness nor late to demonstrate independence. The Praetorian guards flanking the entrance assessed him with professional suspicion, their role demanding they view all visitors as potential threats, regardless of rank or purpose. Frumentarius Antonius, summoned by Vulpus Inculta, he stated formally, maintaining the proper distance from guards until verification and clearance were provided. After brief radio communication with interior personnel, one guard gestured him forward with minimal acknowledgement. Weapons surrendered before entry, standard protocol. Antonius complied without comment, removing his gladius and knife with practiced movements that neither suggested resistance nor servility. The careful choreography of Legion protocol governed each such interaction, proper form maintaining both security and hierarchy through ritualized behavior. The interior of Caesar's tent presented stark contrast to the functional practicality that defined standard Legion accommodations. Elaborate rugs covered the packed earth floor, their faded patterns still displaying the craftsmanship of pre-war manufacture. Campaign furniture constructed from dark wood and polished brass occupied strategic positions, their design balancing practical function with symbolic authority. Maps adorned portable display stands, territories marked with colored pins indicating Legion holdings, contested regions, and enemy-controlled areas. Vulpes Inculta stood near the central map table, his distinctive fox head helmet set aside, though his formal armor remained immaculate. His lean features carried the intense focus that had made him legendary among Legion ranks, unwavering attention that suggested nothing escaped his notice, no detail too minor for assessment within his comprehensive strategic vision. The other summoned Frumatari had already arrived, positioned at parade rest in semicircle formation that allowed Vulpes to address them collectively while maintaining clear dominance positioning. Tacitus, eldest among them, with grey beginning to show in his close-cropped hair. Marcus, whose scarred face testified to extensive field experience. And Servius, whose expression revealed nothing of their nocturnal interaction. Each maintained the disciplined neutrality expected of Legion officers, though subtle tension revealed awareness of the unusual nature of this gathering. Antonius, punctual as expected. Vulpes acknowledged his arrival with minimal gesture, neither approval nor criticism in his measured tone. Formation complete. Attend. With this terse instruction, he led them through interior partition into the sanctum of Caesar's private quarters. This unprecedented access immediately elevated the significance of their summons. Few officers below centurion rank ever entered this inner chamber where Legion's supreme leader conducted his most consequential business. The room beyond matched the calculated impression management characteristic of Caesar's leadership style. Ancient books lined portable shelves, their weathered spines displaying titles in Latin and English, physical manifestation of the knowledge that separated Caesar from ordinary wasteland warlords. Medical equipment occupied one discrete section, modern technology incongruous amid historical aesthetic, but testament to practical pragmatism beneath ideological presentation. A large desk dominated the central space, its surface arranged with precise organization that suggested methodical mind rather than chaotic autocrat. Caesar himself sat behind this desk, his posture conveying authority tempered by physical discomfort visible only to particularly observant eyes. The man who had transformed tribal warlord into self-proclaimed divine emperor maintained impressive presence despite subtle indications of health concerns. Pallor beneath desert tan, occasional tension around eyes suggesting pain management, slight weight loss evident in how his formal attire draped across shoulder. "A frumentary policy you requested, my lord," Vulpes announced with formal deference, that nonetheless suggested partnership rather than mere subordination. Selected according to specified criteria, field experience, independent operation capability, demonstrated loyalty through successful missions. Caesar surveyed them with penetrating assessment, his gaze lingering briefly on each officer before offering a minimal nod of acknowledgement. "Gratitude, Vulpes. Return after midday meal for operation parameters. I would speak with these men privately." This dismissal of even his most trusted lieutenant created immediate tension in the chamber, the unusual protocol suggesting matters of exceptional sensitivity. Vulpes hesitated briefly, almost imperceptibly, before executing perfect salute and departing with measured steps that betrayed neither surprise nor concern, despite the irregular procedure. When the chamber contained only Caesar and the 4 Frumentarii, silence extended for calculated duration, a leadership technique Antonius recognized from previous audiences, creating anticipatory tension while establishing absolute control of the interaction. Finally, Caesar rose from his seat, moving with deliberate pace to position himself before them, close enough for intimacy while maintaining hierarchical separation. "The conventional wisdom," he began, his voice carrying the distinctive cadence that had inspired thousands to follow his vision across the wasteland, suggests leaders should never reveal weakness to subordinates. That projection of invulnerability maintains order and prevents opportunistic challenges to authority. This perspective demonstrates fundamental misunderstanding of true leadership. He moved toward the medical section of his quarters, gesturing toward monitoring equipment with casual acknowledgement rather than embarrassment or defensiveness. I am dying. A tumor grows within my brain, inoperable given current medical limitations, terminal within months according to autodoc diagnosis. This information remains restricted to this room and select members of my Praetorian Guard. The blunt declaration created immediate internal recalibration among the gathered officers, though none permitted visible reaction to disturb their disciplined exterior. This unprecedented disclosure transformed not only their understanding of current Legion status, but potential trajectories for the entire Mojave region. Caesar's health had been subject of careful speculation, but confirmation of terminal condition accelerated every timeline, every strategic calculation. The Legion's strength derives not from my personal capability, but from the structural hierarchy I have established, Caesar continued, his tone remaining measured rather than emotional despite the subject matter. The philosophy and discipline that transformed scattered tribes into dominant military force will survive my physical existence, if properly managed through transition period. He returned to position before them, studying their controlled reactions with analytical precision. Legati Lanius represents necessary military leadership, unquestioned battlefield dominance, terror projection capabilities, warrior inspiration. Yet sustained governance requires additional qualities: diplomatic acumen, strategic patience, philosophical understanding. The implications hung in the chamber's still air, unspoken yet unmistakable. Caesar was identifying potential counterbalance to Lanius's brutal leadership. Alternative succession pathway that might preserve Legion's structured hierarchy, while tempering the excessive violence that could potentially destroy their empire through overextension or alienation of conquered populations. You four represent the highest capability within Frumentarii ranks. Intelligence gathering, tactical assessment, independent operation, loyalty to Legion philosophy rather than mere personality worship. Caesar's gaze moved between them with deliberate consideration. Term among you will be elevated to council position, direct advisory capacity to Lanius following my transition. The selection process begins immediately, through series of specialized assignments that will test required qualities. This announcement transformed their understanding of the summons completely. Not merely special operation, but extended evaluation for potential succession framework, position within future command structure that could significantly influence Legion's development after Caesar's death. The stakes transcended personal advancement, extending to fundamental character of the empire they had helped build through years of service. Vulpes will provide operational details for initial assignment, Caesar concluded, returning to his desk with movements that betrayed subtle fatigue beneath controlled exterior. You are dismissed to prepare. Remember that observation continues beyond formal evaluation parameters. Every action, every decision, every loyalty demonstration contributes to final selection. Before Frumentarii executed perfect synchronized salutes before departing in formation, maintaining disciplined silence until they had exited the main tent entirely. The morning sunlight seemed somehow altered by their newfound knowledge. The camp's familiar activities continuing with blissful ignorance of the seismic shift occurring within Legion command structure. They separated without discussion, each recognizing that competition had formally commenced, despite their shared service history. The selection process Caesar had initiated would test not only their capability but their fundamental character, willingness to advance through honorable accomplishment or through elimination of competition, loyalty to Legion philosophy versus personal ambition, capacity to balance necessary brutality with strategic restraint. Antonius returned to his quarters with measured pace that betrayed nothing of his internal calculations. The development represented both extraordinary opportunity and existential threat. Potential elevation to unprecedented influence within Legion hierarchy, balanced against heightened scrutiny that could end in execution if he demonstrated incorrect qualities or insufficient loyalty during evaluation. He began methodical preparation for whatever assignment Vulpes would deliver after midday meal. Equipment check, weapon maintenance, review of regional intelligence reports that might provide context for likely operation parameters. These practical actions occupied his hands while mind processed the strategic implications of Caesar's revelation. Legion structure had developed around single charismatic leader whose vision transformed scattered tribes into cohesive military force. The transition to institutional governance without this central figure presented fundamental challenge, maintaining discipline and purpose without the divine authority that had justified extreme measures and unquestioning obedience. Larnius possessed battlefield dominance but lacked philosophical foundation and diplomatic capacity for sustained regional control. The advisory position Caesar described represented potential moderating influence, guiding Legion evolution towards sustainable imperial structure, rather than mere raiding force that would eventually collapse without central authority. This represented more significant purpose than mere personal advancement, opportunity to shape civilization's development in wasteland that had known only tribal chaos or corrupt institutions since nuclear devastation. As midday approached, Antonius completed his preparations with the disciplined thoroughness that had characterized his service. Whatever assignment emerged would likely test both practical capability and philosophical alignment with Caesar's vision for post-apocalyptic society. His success would depend not merely on completing objectives but demonstrating the specific qualities Caesar sought in potential council members. Balance of strength and wisdom, loyalty to vision rather than personality, capacity to maintain order without excessive brutality. He departed his quarters precisely when required, moving through the camp with measured confidence that neither suggested arrogance nor uncertainty. Fellow legionaries acknowledged him with appropriate protocol, unaware that their entire organization stood at crucial transition point, future direction potentially influenced by evaluation process commencing today. The Mojave sun climbed towards zenith position, its harsh illumination creating stark contrast between light and shadow throughout the Legion camp. Antonius observed the disciplined activity surrounding him, training exercises conducted with precise coordination, supply distribution managed with mathematical efficiency, hierarchical interactions performed with unconscious adherence to established protocol. This ordered society had emerged from wasteland chaos through applied philosophy and uncompromising vision. Its preservation beyond its founder's lifetime represented purpose worthy of absolute commitment. As he approached Caesar's tent for operational briefing, Antonius reflected that true loyalty extended beyond personal allegiance to individual leader. The philosophical foundation Caesar had established, discipline, hierarchy, collective purpose, represented pathway toward rebuilding civilization from apocalyptic destruction. Preserving these principles through leadership transition would require careful balance of tradition and adaptation, strength and wisdom, military dominance and governance capacity. The competition Caesar had initiated would test all these qualities and more. identifying which officer possessed the judgment necessary for guiding Legion evolution while maintaining its fundamental character. Regardless of outcome, the process itself would strengthen their organization, ensuring continued purpose beyond single leader's lifetime. With this understanding firmly established, Antonius presented himself for briefing with Vulpes Inculta, prepared to begin the evaluation process that would determine not only his personal fate, but potentially the future direction of Caesar's legion throughout the Mojave wasteland and beyond. While Antonius prepared for the trials that would determine the future leadership of Caesar's legion, elsewhere in the wasteland, a very different power struggle was unfolding. In the streets of Freeside, a small-time warlord gathered followers with promises of better protection than the kings could provide. As locals began choosing sides in this contest for control of the troubled district, our next tale beckons from the crowded streets and desperate hopes of Freeside's residents. Join us for The Battle for Freeside. Morning arrived in Freeside with reluctant gentleness, sunlight filtering through the haze of dust and radiation that perpetually hung over the Mojave wasteland. The golden rays crept slowly along cracked pavement, illuminating the weathered facades of buildings that had once formed a thriving district of Las Vegas. Pre-war advertisements, their colors faded to ghostly approximations of former vibrancy, still clung to walls as stubborn reminders of a world long vanished. Devon stood in the shadow of an ancient movie theater marquee, its broken lights and missing letters creating an unintentional poetry from what had once been a film title. His tall frame leaned against the building with practiced casualness that belied the constant vigilance maintained by anyone who had survived long in the wasteland. A weathered leather jacket, reinforced at the shoulders and elbows with salvaged metal plates, offered minimal protection while establishing the visual impression of capability, an important currency in Freeside's delicate social ecosystem. From his position, Devon could observe the morning routine of this troubled district without drawing undue attention. Traders emerged from makeshift shelters to establish modest stalls offering wasteland necessities, purified water, salvaged ammunition, preserved food, improvised medicine. Residents moved with the careful awareness of those accustomed to navigating neighborhood politics, along with physical hazards, eyes constantly assessing potential threats while feet traced familiar pathways between safety zones. Most significant to his current purpose, Devon noted the morning patrol patterns of the kings. Freeside's self-appointed protectors who maintained what passed for order in this corner of the wasteland. Two members in their distinctive styled hair and leather jackets moved with casual confidence along the main thoroughfare, acknowledging certain residents with familiar nods, while scrutinizing others with practiced suspicion. Their visible presence represented both security and implied threat, protection for those who acknowledged their authority, potential complication for anyone with competing ambitions, like himself. Morning observation again? The voice came from behind him, measured in volume to avoid attracting unwanted attention while carrying clearly to its intended recipient. Devon turned to find Marcus approaching, a compact man whose unassuming appearance concealed both surprising strength and tactical intelligence. Unlike many wasteland survivors, who displayed their capacity for violence through obvious weaponry or threatening demeanor, Marcus cultivated deliberate invisibility, nondescript clothing, unremarkable features, the kind of face that witnesses would struggle to describe hours after encountering it. Knowledge before action, Devon replied with the quiet discipline that had distinguished him from typical wasteland opportunists. The kings maintain regular patrol patterns, but adjust timing daily. Predictability within controlled variation. This observation reflected the methodical approach that had gradually elevated Devon from anonymous wasteland wanderer to emerging power within Freeside's complex ecosystem. Unlike raiders who relied on chaotic violence, or cheats who specialized in short-term exploitation, he had built his position through careful study of community dynamics and strategic application of limited resources. Marcus nodded, understanding the significance beneath the factual assessment. Our gathering stayed quiet last night. 17 confirmed supporters now, including Briggs, who controls water access at the western pump. Still no sign the Kings have recognized the pattern. This encouraging report indicated their movement was progressing according to careful design, building support among strategic community members while avoiding premature confrontation with established authority. Devon had studied enough wasteland power struggles to recognize the common failure patterns, excessive aggression triggering overwhelming response, premature action without sufficient support base, misunderstood community dynamics leading to resistance from residents rather than assistance. "We're approaching critical transition point," Devon observed, his gaze returning to the King's patrol as they stopped to address a minor dispute between vendors. Continued quiet accumulation of influence becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as supporter numbers grow. Soon we either formalize our presence or risk exposure without preparation. This clear-eyed assessment of their position demonstrated the strategic thinking that had attracted followers to his leadership. Rather than indulging in wasteland fantasies of dramatic takeover, Devon maintained realistic understanding of both opportunities and limitations inherent in their situation. The gathering tonight at Myers' place might be opportunity to establish more concrete structure, Marcus suggested, his tone maintaining casual quality despite the significant implications. Enough supporters present to constitute meaningful organization, but still small enough to maintain security. The Kings will be focused on that caravan arrival near the north gate. Devon considered this suggestion with thoughtful attention, weighing multiple factors before responding. Agreed. Timing appears advantageous. Prepare the location with security considerations in mind. Secondary exits established, watch positions identified, potential defensive positions reinforced. With this decision made, they separated to pursue their individual responsibilities for the day. Marcus to arrange security details for the evening gathering, Devon to continue his observation of Freeside's daily patterns while presenting the unremarkable appearance of just another wasteland drifter seeking opportunity in the relative safety of settlement boundaries. The morning progressed into afternoon, Freeside's atmosphere transforming as shadows shortened and heat intensified. Devon moved throughout the district with deliberate randomness, never lingering long enough in one location to attract attention while establishing comprehensive understanding of current community dynamics. He noted which vendors attracted the most customers, which buildings housed the most residents, which pathways received most traffic during different hours. All details that might seem insignificant individually, but collectively created map of influence and vulnerability throughout Freeside, near what locals called the Square Junction, an open area where several paths converged around a functioning water pump. Devon observed small crowd gathering around elderly man whose threadbare clothing suggested poverty, but whose straight posture and clear voice indicated dignity, preserved despite circumstances. The man appeared to be recounting some story or observation that held his audience's attention, their expressions showing unusual engagement for typically guarded wasteland survivors. Devon adjusted his position to hear the speaker while maintaining inconspicuous presence near a partially collapsed wall. The old man's voice carried surprising strength given his apparent age, his words clearly practiced yet delivered with genuine conviction rather than theatrical manipulation. Worked alongside the kings when they first established order here, he was saying, hands gesturing to encompass their surroundings. Before them, Freeside was just another violent corner of the wasteland, where strength alone determined who survived. The king brought something different, not just protection, but vision for community, where people could build something beyond mere survival. The small audience nodded in collective memory or appreciation, though Devon noted subtle variations in their responses. Some demonstrated clear agreement, others showed more complicated reactions, suggesting mixed experiences with the current regime. Such distinction represented valuable intelligence for anyone seeking to understand community sentiment beyond superficial appearances. But vision without growth becomes stagnation, the old man continued, his tone shifting towards thoughtful criticism rather than mere historical recounting. Protection that never evolves becomes mere taxation. Leadership that never adapts eventually fails those it claims to serve. I've seen it happen in settlements throughout the wasteland. The very qualities that establish order eventually preventing necessary change. This perspective aligned interestingly with Devon's own assessment of Freeside's current situation. The kings had indeed brought stability to what had once been chaotic territory, establishing basic security that allowed community development beyond desperate survival. Yet their governance had remained essentially unchanged, despite evolving challenges, water access growing more problematic as population increased, new threats emerging along trade routes, community needs developing beyond basic protection. The opportunity Devon had identified lay precisely in this gap between established order and evolving requirements. Not merely replacing one authority with another, but offering adaptive leadership capable of addressing changing circumstances while maintaining the stability residents had come to value. As the old man concluded his impromptu commentary, the small crowd dispersed with the characteristic efficiency of wasteland gatherings. Lingering in one location too long invited both human predators and exposure to radiation fluctuations. Devon remained in his observation position for calculated duration, neither departing immediately in the way that might suggest particular interest, nor lingering unnaturally beyond reasonable rest period. When he eventually continued his movement through Freeside, his path took him past the old Mormon fort where the followers of the apocalypse maintained their medical facility and research operation. Unlike the kings with their territorial approach to protection, the followers represented different philosophy of community development. Knowledge preservation and distribution, medical care provided according to need rather than payment capability, research directed toward improving wasteland living conditions for all rather than securing advantage for select groups. Devon had studied their operation with particular interest during his time in Freeside, recognizing both their valuable community contribution and their potential significance in local power dynamics. Though officially neutral in territorial matters, the followers' medical expertise and educational resources granted them considerable influence that any aspiring leader would need to acknowledge and potentially incorporate rather than oppose. A young woman in followers' lab coat emerged from the fort entrance, medical bag slung over her shoulder, suggesting community rounds rather than facility-based treatment. Her determined stride and confident expression indicated experienced professional despite her relatively young age, someone who had earned respect through demonstrated capability, rather than merely claimed authority. As their paths converged near a street corner, Devon manufactured minor stumble that created natural opportunity for momentary interaction without appearing deliberately engineered. "Pardon," he offered with measured politeness, neither excessive nor minimal. These uneven pavements require attention, even after years navigating them. The doctor, her name tag identified her as Julie Farkas, nodded with professional acknowledgement rather than personal engagement. Hazards persist despite familiarity. The brain habituates to regular patterns, creating blind spots in perception, true in both navigation and community health. This insightful response, extending simple physical observation to broader principle, confirmed Devon's assessment of Follower's intellectual approach. Theoretical framework applied to practical challenges, information sharing as natural inclination rather than calculated exchange. Such orientation created both opportunity and challenge for anyone seeking to establish new leadership model in Freeside. An astute observation, he replied, maintaining appropriately brief engagement rather than attempting to extend conversation artificially. Wishing you safe rounds, Doctor. They continued their respective paths, the interaction concluding without particular significance, yet providing small insight into follower perspectives that might prove valuable in Devon's broader strategic planning. Such incremental intelligence gathering, accumulated through countless small observations and interactions, had built his comprehensive understanding of Freeside's complex social ecosystem. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Devon made his way toward the small supply shop operated by his earliest supporter in Freeside. A woman named Cassidy, whose pragmatic business sense had recognized the limitations of King's governance before most residents acknowledged their growing inadequacies. Her establishment occupied former liquor store, whose reinforced security features had survived nuclear devastation remarkably intact, providing natural defensive position along with commercial functionality. "Thought you might stop by," Cassidy greeted him as he entered, her tone maintaining public neutrality while her eyes conveyed deeper familiarity. Several customers examined merchandise along the shop's limited shelves, their presence necessitating continued discretion in their interaction. "Just looking for basic supplies," Devon responded with matching casualness, examining a display of purified water containers with apparent consumer interest. "Any recommendations for quality sources these days?" This exchanged code established both security, confirming no immediate concerns requiring meeting cancellation, and updated status, preparings proceeding as planned for evening gathering. The mundane conversation about water quality that followed contained embedded tactical information through specific phrases and references understood between them. After months of careful collaboration, Meyer was asking about purification techniques earlier, Cassidy mentioned while packaging Devon's modest purchase. Said he's having people over this evening to discuss community approach to water management. Might be worth stopping by if you're interested in such things. "Appreciate the suggestion," Devon replied, completing their transaction with appropriate CATS exchange. Always valuable to understand community resource planning, especially with increasing population putting pressure on existing system. After departing the shop with his nominal supplies, Devon took indirect route toward his temporary quarters, a small room in partially restored apartment building whose landlord appreciated his quiet demeanor and prompt payment, without asking unnecessary questions about his background or business. The approaching evening gathering required mental preparation as much as physical, transitioning from information gathering to leadership presentation, from strategic planning to actual implementation phase. In his sparse room, Devon reviewed the mental map of supporters and resources he had carefully constructed over months of patient work. Unlike raiders or typical wasteland warlords who relied on intimidation and violence to establish control, his approach centered on identifying genuine community needs and demonstrating capacity to address them more effectively than current leadership. The kings had established basic security, but failed to evolve beyond protection racket mentality. His emerging organization would offer more comprehensive community development while maintaining necessary security foundation. As the Mojave sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting Freeside in warm amber hues that softened its harsh realities, Devon prepared himself for the evening's significant gathering. He selected clothing that balanced practical functionality with subtle impression management, neither extravagant enough to suggest wasteful resource allocation, nor so utilitarian as to diminish necessary leadership presence. The weathered combat knife secured in his boot and small caliber pistol holstered discreetly under his jacket provided essential protection without projecting aggressive militarism inappropriate for community leadership role. The timing of his departure was calculated to arrive at Mayor's location after most participants had already gathered, but before substantive discussion began, demonstrating appropriate respect for others' time while maintaining subtle status distinction through controlled entry. His route through Freeside's evening landscape followed a regular pattern, designed to identify potential surveillance or security concerns before reaching the destination. Maya's establishment occupied former electronic repair shop, whose basement level had been converted to combined storage and meeting space. Its solid construction and limited access points providing natural security advantages. Devon noted Marcus's careful preparation as he arrived. Lookouts positioned at strategic observation points nearby, main room arranged for both functional discussion and defensive configuration if necessary. Participants already settled in casual peering formation. That actually optimized both communication flow and potential response to external threats. Approximately 20 people had gathered, the core supporters, whose various skills, connections, and resources formed foundation of Devon's emerging organization. Unlike typical wasteland power structures built around singular strength, violence, capacity, resource control, or technical knowledge, this group represented diverse capabilities integrated through shared vision of more effectively functioning community. Mechanics who maintained water pumps sat alongside traders who understood supply networks. Former caravan guards with security expertise mingled with teachers preserving technical knowledge. Medical workers with limited supplies discussed prioritization approaches with food producers, managing radiation-affected crops. Their conversations quieted as Devon entered, not through commanded silence but natural attention shift, recognizing his central role in their collective purpose. He acknowledged each person with specific greeting that emphasized individual value while establishing connection to larger community vision. Personalized recognition rather than generic authority assertion. "Thank you all for coming," he began, once seated in the position that completed their rough circle arrangement. "Each person here represents capability essential to Freeside's potential development beyond current limitations. Tonight marks transition from individual recognition of problems to collective implementation of solutions." This framing established their gathering as constructive community initiative rather than mere power grab, distinction crucial for both internal cohesion and external perception management as their organization became increasingly visible within Freeside's social landscape. "For months, we've observed the growing gap between community needs and King's capacity," he continued, his measured tone neither condemning the established authority nor presenting unrealistic promises about immediate transformation. "Water access remains inconsistent despite technical solutions being available. Security focuses on central areas while outer residents face increasing radar pressure. Medical resources arrive, but distribution follows payment capacity rather than critical need." Heads nodded throughout the group, each participant recognizing specific examples from their own experience that validated this assessment. The shared understanding created foundation for collective action, more durable than charismatic appeal or intimidation could establish. Our purpose isn't merely replacing one authority with another, Devon emphasized, articulating the philosophical core that distinguished their approach from typical wasteland power struggles. The kings brought necessary order to chaos, establishing security foundation that allowed community development. Their contribution deserves acknowledgement, even as we recognize the need for evolution beyond their current model. This nuanced position reflected Devon's strategic understanding that successful community leadership required incorporating valuable elements from existing structures while addressing their limitations. Evolution rather than mere revolution. Building upon established foundation rather than destroying it completely. Tonight, we transition from observation to implementation, he continued, his voice maintaining conversational quality that invited participation rather than commanding obedience. Each person here controls resources or capabilities essential to demonstrating alternative approach to community challenges. Over coming weeks, we'll coordinate these assets to address specific problems King's governance has left unresolved. Maya, whose mechanical expertise had restored several water pumps throughout Freeside, raised hand in practical query rather than challenge. We've discussed coordinating water access improvements, but without official sanction, we risk Kings interpreting our work as territorial encroachment. How do we balance demonstrating capability against triggering premature confrontation? This question addressed central strategic challenge facing their emerging organization. Establishing visible community presence without creating direct conflicts before sufficient support base developed. Devon appreciated both the practical concern and the group dynamic demonstrated by open discussion rather than mere acceptance of leadership directives. Valid concern requiring balanced approach, he acknowledged, inviting collective problem solving rather than presenting himself as singular authority with predetermined solutions. I propose 3-phase implementation strategy, beginning with non-controversial community support activities, clean water distribution in underserved areas, medical assistance coordination, basic education sessions on purification techniques, activities that demonstrate capability while addressing genuine needs without challenging King's territorial authority directly. This approach reflected Devon's fundamental understanding that successful wasteland leadership required balancing multiple competing factors: immediate community needs against long-term development, security requirements against resource limitations, established power structures against necessary innovation. Unlike typical wasteland strongmen who relied on simple force application, his strategy incorporated complex social dynamics within practical implementation framework. The discussion progressed with remarkable discipline for wasteland gathering, participants contributing relevant expertise while remaining focused on practical implementation rather than abstract theorizing or personal advancement. Technical specialists outlined realistic assessment of water system improvements possible with available resources. Security experts identified vulnerable community areas receiving inadequate King's protection. Medical workers prioritized highest impact interventions achievable with limited supplies. Throughout this productive exchange, Devon guided conversation with subtle facilitation rather than dominating control, asking clarifying questions, connecting related suggestions, occasionally redirecting when tangential topics threatened focus. His leadership style demonstrated practice value he had articulated theoretically: community development through collaborative capability rather than hierarchical command. As their planning session reached natural conclusion after comprehensive but efficient discussion, Devon summarized key implementation points, while emphasizing adaptive approach rather than rigid adherence to predetermined strategy. We begin tomorrow with coordinated water distribution in western residential section, he confirmed, acknowledging area of particular need identified during their discussion. Non-confrontational assistance that addresses genuine community requirement, while establishing our presence through practical benefit rather than territorial claim or ideological statement. The group nodded in collective agreement, their individual responsibilities within this initial implementation phase clarified through discussion rather than assigned through command. This shared ownership of both planning and execution represented fundamental difference between Devon's leadership approach and typical wasteland authority structures. Distributed capability rather than centralized control, collaborative investment rather than mere obedience to dominant figure. As participants prepared to depart, maintaining security protocol of leaving individually or in small groups rather than conspicuous mass exit, Devon exchanged brief personal acknowledgements with each, reinforcing individual connection within collective purpose that formed philosophical core of their emerging organization. Marcus remained after others had departed, conducting final security sweep of the meeting location, while Devon helped Maya return the space to its normal configuration, removing evidence of gathering that might attract unwanted attention from King's patrols or opportunistic informants. Productive session, Marcus observed as they completed these precautions. Group cohesion developing well, practical focus maintained without excessive theoretical debate or personal posturing. Unusual discipline for wasteland collaboration. Devon nodded in agreement with this assessment while gathering his few personal items. Participant selection prioritized practical capability and community investment over traditional wasteland values like combat prowess or resource accumulation. Different foundation creates different organizational character. This philosophical observation reflected deeper strategic thinking underlying Devon's approach to wasteland leadership. Understanding that initial composition and orientation fundamentally shaped subsequent development trajectory, that communities built around violence and dominance perpetuated those values, regardless of stated intentions for different outcomes. Kings will notice our activities within week, regardless of non-confrontational framing, Marcus noted with practical security assessment as they prepared final departure. Initial response likely investigation rather than direct intervention, but preparation for escalation remains prudent. Agreed, Devon acknowledged, neither dismissing security concern nor allowing it to override broader strategic considerations. Contingency planning for various response scenarios included in implementation schedule. However, maintaining genuine focus on community improvement rather than power competition increases likelihood of positive resident reception that complicates King's response options. This balance between practical security awareness and commitment to substantive community development distinguished Devon's approach from both naive idealism and cynical power manipulation that dominated most wasteland leadership models. His strategy acknowledged hard realities of post-apocalyptic environment while refusing to accept violence and domination as inevitable organizing principles for human society, rebuilding from nuclear devastation. As they departed Maya's establishment, emerging into Freeside's night landscape where scattered lights created islands of illumination amid prevailing darkness, the contrasting leadership philosophies were physically embodied in the environment surrounding them. King's patrols moved along main thoroughfares, their distinctive appearance and visible weapons establishing authority, through implied threat capacity. Meanwhile, residents navigated alternative pathways between secured locations, creating community connections and resource networks beyond official governance structures. Devon and Marcus separated at predetermined junction, maintaining security protocol through different return routes and regular surveillance detection patterns. Their emerging organization had transitioned from conceptual planning to implementation phase, with tomorrow's coordinated water distribution representing first visible demonstration of alternative community support approach that might eventually transform Freeside's governance model. As Devon walked alone through familiar streets, his outward appearance suggesting unremarkable wasteland survivor, while mind processed complex strategic calculations, he reflected on fundamental challenge facing any attempt to establish new leadership model in post-apocalyptic environment. The wasteland's harsh realities created powerful selection pressure toward domination through violence, toward security through fear, toward community cohesion through external threat rather than internal cooperation. Demonstrating viable alternative required not merely defeating existing power structure, but establishing fundamentally different relationship between leadership and community. The kings had brought necessary order to Freeside's chaos, their contribution genuine despite limitations in their governance model. Devon's emerging organization sought not to destroy that foundation, but to build upon it, evolving community structures to address changing needs while maintaining essential stability that distinguished settlements from wasteland anarchy. Tomorrow's water distribution represented small practical step toward demonstrating this alternative approach, addressing genuine community need through coordinated capability rather than territorial control or resource exploitation. The path from such modest beginning toward potential leadership transition would require patience, adaptability, and consistent commitment to fundamental principles, rather than expedient compromises for immediate advantage. The Mojave night deepened around Devon's thoughtful progress through Freeside's quiet streets, stars emerging with remarkable clarity in radiation-altered atmosphere that had eliminated light pollution, along with most human civilization. These ancient celestial patterns had witnessed countless civilizations rise and fall, leadership models emerge and collapse, human societies organize and disintegrate through cycles predating nuclear devastation. Devon reached his temporary quarters without incident. The security measures he had established, tripwire notifications, strategic observation positions, emergency exit options, showing no signs of disturbance. Inside the sparse room that served his needs without attracting attention through excessive comfort or resource consumption, he conducted final mental review of tomorrow's implementation plan while completing minimal personal maintenance routine. The coming days would test both practical organization capabilities and philosophical foundation of their emerging alternative to King's governance. Water distribution represented relatively simple operational challenge, but significant symbolic statement. Addressing basic community need through coordinated voluntary contribution, rather than centralized authority, distribution, or commercial transaction, success would demonstrate viability of different relationship between leadership and community than wasteland typically produced. As Devon prepared for sleep, maintaining strategic rest cycle that balanced necessary recovery against security awareness, his thoughts returned to elderly speaker he had observed in Square Junction that morning. The man had articulated essential truth about leadership evolution. Vision without growth becomes stagnation. Protection that never evolves becomes mere taxation. Leadership that never adapts eventually fails those it claims to serve. The kings had brought necessary vision to Freeside, establishing protection that allowed community development beyond mere survival. Devon's emerging organization now sought to evolve that foundation toward more comprehensive governance, addressing changing community needs beyond basic security. Not revolution, but evolution. Not destruction, but development. Not replacement, but adaptation. Tomorrow's water distribution would begin, demonstrating this alternative approach. Small, practical implementation of larger philosophical distinction that might eventually transform Freeside's governance model. The path forward would require patience, adaptability, and consistent commitment to fundamental principles, rather than expedient compromises for immediate advantage. With this understanding firmly established, Devon allowed himself necessary rest cycle while maintaining subconscious security awareness that had become instinctive through years of wasteland survival. Tomorrow would bring first visible implementation of carefully developed strategy, first practical demonstration of alternative leadership model that might eventually offer Freeside evolution beyond current limitations, while preserving stability that distinguished settlement from wasteland chaos. As the gentle rhythm of sleep gradually claimed his conscious thoughts, the fundamental questions of governance and community development that had occupied human societies since their earliest formations continued their eternal cycles. How best to balance security and freedom, individual capability and collective welfare, leadership, guidance, and community autonomy in the radiation-altered wasteland of the Mojave. These ancient questions found new expression through emerging leaders like Devon, seeking alternatives to wasteland's typical dominance hierarchies and violence-based authority structures. While Devon's organization began their careful campaign to establish a new leadership model in Freeside, elsewhere in the Mojave, a different struggle between duty and freedom was unfolding. In a quiet corner of the wasteland, a former mercenary who had once served as the king's personal bodyguard contemplated returning to their old role after months of independent wandering, as memories of protection and purpose competed with newfound liberty. Our next tale beckons from the crossroads of loyalty and independence. Join us for the price of power. The Mojave evening arrived with characteristic gentleness, sunset painting the wasteland in soft hues of amber and rose that briefly transformed the harsh landscape into something almost beautiful. Radiation-altered skies created spectacular color displays unknown before the war, nature's ironic compensation for humanity's near extinction. As darkness gradually claimed the horizon, stars emerged with remarkable clarity, their ancient light unchanged by the nuclear reshaping of the world below. Morgan sat alone on a rocky outcropping that provided both excellent vantage point and natural defensive position, habits of security that persisted despite months away from professional duties. From this elevation, Freeside's lights were visible in the distance, small points of human persistence amid wasteland darkness. The illumination formed distinctive patterns that defined the community's boundaries and gathering places, a constellation of civilization that Morgan could read with practiced familiarity. A small campfire burned beside the former mercenary. Flames carefully managed to provide necessary warmth while minimizing visible signature that might attract unwanted attention. The rifle resting within arm's reach represented similar balance. Accessible for immediate security needs, but not held with the constant readiness that had once defined professional existence. This measured relaxation of vigilance represented the most significant change in Morgan's life since departing Freeside months earlier. Freedom to balance security and comfort according to personal assessment, rather than professional obligation. The coffee heating in a dented metal pot above careful flames was a small luxury, beans carefully preserved from last trading post encounter. Morgan inhaled the aroma with quiet appreciation while watching Freeside's distant lights, memories, and current observations intermingling with practiced objectivity. Professional detachment remained ingrained despite months of independent wandering. The capacity to separate emotional response from tactical assessment persisting as both survival tool and psychological barrier. Movement in peripheral vision registered immediately, triggering subtle tension before conscious identification resolved potential threat status. A coyote emerged from scrub vegetation approximately 50 meters distant, its radiation-adapted features visible through ambient starlight. Slightly enlarged ears, unusually patterned fur, eyes reflecting light with genetic modifications that would have been considered mutations before such adaptations became survival necessities in altered ecosystem. Morgan remained motionless, presenting neither threat nor opportunity to the wasteland predator. The coyote paused, evaluating the human presence with instinctive wariness before determining appropriate response. After a moment of mutual assessment, the animal continued its evening hunting circuit, disappearing into darkness beyond the campfire's limited illumination. This brief encounter exemplified the relationship Morgan had developed with the wasteland during months of solitary travel. Mutual acknowledgement of presence without unnecessary interaction, simultaneous occupation of shared territory without conflict obligation, independent existence within overlapping domains. Unlike protection work that had demanded constant assertion of control over environmental factors, solo wandering permitted recognition of place within ecosystem rather than attempted dominance over it. The coffee reached appropriate temperature, prompting Morgan to remove the pot from flames with practiced movement that avoided unnecessary noise. The simple pleasure of properly prepared beverage represented another aspect of independent existence. Small rituals conducted for personal satisfaction rather than evaluated against professional standards or scheduled according to duty requirements. As steam rose from the cup cradled between calloused hands, Morgan's thoughts returned to the letter that had arrived unexpectedly at the trading post 3 days earlier. The carefully folded paper now rested in inner pocket, its physical presence unnecessary for recalling contents committed to memory upon first reading. Morgan, word reaches me of your continued wandering through territories where the kings maintain connections. Thought you might appreciate knowing your replacement proves adequate, though uninspired. Functional security without your particular awareness qualities. Position remains available should your independent explorations reach natural conclusion. The King's domain experiences transition phases requiring experienced perspective. Your previous service demonstrated reliable judgment regarding both threat assessment and appropriate response calibration. Such qualities remain valuable within community undergoing evolution. Should your travels bring you near Freeside, my door remains open regardless of professional decisions. Some conversations transcend employment consideration. The King. The letter's carefully balanced phrasing reflected its author's characteristic style, formal without coldness, authoritative without demand, personal without presumption. The King had always demonstrated this communicative precision, his leadership philosophy evident in even brief correspondence. Unlike most wasteland authority figures who relied on threat implication or resource enticement, his approach acknowledged recipients' agency while presenting clear perspective on mutual benefit potential. Morgan sipped coffee while considering both the letter's explicit content and its subtle implications. The mentioned transition phases aligned with intelligence gathered during recent trading post interactions. Rumors of emerging power structures within Freeside challenging King's established authority, shifting alliance patterns among resident factions, increasing external pressures from major Mojave powers, viewing the community as strategic territory rather than mere waypoint. Such developments would indeed benefit from experienced security perspective, particularly from someone with both professional capability and philosophical alignment with the King's governance approach. Morgan had served as his personal bodyguard for nearly 3 years before departing, a position that involved not merely physical protection, but strategic security consultation, threat pattern analysis, and diplomatic security implementation during community negotiation. If the departure had been amicable rather than contentious, Morgan seeking independent experience after years of dedicated service, the King acknowledging legitimate personal development needs rather than interpreting professional separation as loyalty failure. This respectful conclusion to their working relationship had preserved potential return pathway without obligation expectations or perceived betrayal narratives that typically complicated wasteland authority relationships. Now that pathway stood explicitly reopened through direct communication, the letter representing both professional opportunity and philosophical intersection. The King's leadership model had always aligned with Morgan's personal values more naturally than typical wasteland security employment. Protection enabling community development rather than mere resource extraction. Authority exercised through respect cultivation rather than fear imposition. Leadership demonstrating genuine concern for constituent welfare beyond simple control. Maintenance. Yet the months of independent wandering had provided perspective impossible within professional protection parameters. Freedom from constant responsibility for another's security had allowed personal exploration beyond skill application, quiet contemplation of landscape wonders without continuous threat assessment, conversations with travelers based on genuine interest rather than intelligence gathering purposes, actions chosen according to personal values rather than professional obligation. Morgan poured a second cup of coffee as darkness claimed the landscape completely. Freeside's distant lights now forming the only visible human presence against encompassing night. The community's illumination pattern seemed to pulse gently with the rhythm of its evening activities. Brighter concentrations around gathering places, dimmer residential areas where people sought rest. The distinctive outline of the King's School of Impersonation with its better maintained electrical systems. The decision facing Morgan transcended simple employment considerations, representing fundamental question about personal identity and purpose within Wasteland's challenging environment. Returning to the King's service would provide clear role definition, community integration, and meaningful contribution to governance model that genuinely benefited residents, rather than merely exploited them. Continuing independent existence offered personal freedom, self-determined purpose, and experiences impossible within settlement constraints. Both pathways contain legitimate value rather than simple positive-negative dichotomy. Unlike most wasteland decisions forced by survival necessities or resource limitations, this choice emerged from a position of relative security. Morgan's skills ensuring employment opportunities throughout Mojave territories, modest resources accumulated during professional service providing temporary independence, reputation established through years of reliable performance creating respect rather than suspicion among most significant regional powers. The genuine opportunity for meaningful choice represented unusual privilege in post-apocalyptic environment where most people's lives remain defined by immediate survival requirements rather than philosophical purpose considerations. Morgan acknowledged this privilege with characteristic self-awareness. recognizing responsibility to utilize such freedom thoughtfully rather than frivolously. A subtle sound from darkness beyond the campfire perimeter drew immediate attention. Coffee set aside as hands moved toward rifle with unconscious efficiency. The movement proved unnecessary as a familiar figure emerged into limited light. Reyes materializing from shadows with the quiet competence that had made him valuable companion during shared King's service years and occasional traveling partner during Morgan's independent wandering. Your perimeter markers remain too subtle for standard wasteland travelers to respect, he observed with characteristic directness, setting down his pack before joining Morgan beside the fire. Fortunate I recognize your particular arrangements, otherwise might have encountered uncomfortable welcome. Morgan acknowledged this criticism with slight nod, accepting its validity while recognizing deliberate choice underlying the security approach. Standard travelers weren't my concern. Markers designed to alert without revealing, identification without invitation. This explanation reflected the balance Morgan had developed during months of solo travel, security measures sufficient for necessary protection, without establishing hostile territorial claim that might trigger unnecessary confrontation. Unlike standard wasteland defensive postures designed to repel all approach, this system distinguished between genuine threat and potential neutral encounter, allowing appropriate response calibration rather than binary hostility. Rachel accepted offered coffee with appreciative nod, his expression revealing genuine pleasure at simple comfort after presumed travel exertion. Unlike Morgan, who had chosen independence from structured protection service, Reyes maintained freelance security practice throughout Mojave territory, sometimes serving with caravans, occasionally contracting with settlements requiring temporary defense augmentation, periodically assisting NCR operations when payment proved sufficient and mission aligned with personal principles. Your presence isn't coincidental, Morgan observed after allowing appropriate interval for coffee appreciation. Timing suggests you've received similar communication. Reyes nodded, acknowledging accurate assessment without surprise at being anticipated. Their years working together had established mutual respect for observational capabilities and analytical thinking that distinguished both from typical wasteland mercenaries focused on combat skills alone. The King extends comparable invitation to former security personnel with demonstrated capability and philosophical compatibility, he confirmed, producing folded paper remarkably similar to one Morgan carried. Different wording, but identical substance. Position availability, community transition period, value of experienced perspective during evolution phase. This revelation added dimension to decision considerations, suggesting coordinated security enhancement rather than simple personnel replacement. The King's simultaneous outreach to multiple former officers indicated strategic security restructuring rather than mere staffing gap, preparation for anticipated escalation in community tensions or external pressure requiring experienced response capability beyond current resource allocation. You're considering acceptance, Morgan observed, reading subtle indicators in companions' demeanor and preparation state. Equipment recently maintained to professional standard rather than mere travel functionality. Ammunition inventory suggesting anticipated engagement parameters beyond simple journey protection. Overall presentation reflecting readiness for professional evaluation rather than casual social interaction. Reyes shrugged slightly, neither confirming nor denying while examining fire's diminishing flames with thoughtful attention. Freelance work grows increasingly factional throughout Mojave. NCR contracts demand political loyalty beyond security service. Legion presence creates binary opposition rather than neutral professional space. Independent operators face pressure to declare allegiance rather than maintain service boundaries. This assessment matched Morgan's own observations during recent months, though experienced from different perspectives. Wasteland politics had indeed progressed toward increasingly defined faction control rather than fluid independence zones. Major powers consolidating territory while eliminating neutral spaces previously available for non-Liband operate. Even trading posts now frequently displayed factional markers, indicating protection arrangements that implicitly defined acceptable customer affiliations. The kings represent potential middle position, Reyes continued after a momentary silence. Significant enough to maintain independent territory, pragmatic enough to navigate major faction politics without becoming proxy extension, stable enough to provide ongoing employment rather than transient contract work. His analysis identified practical advantages beyond philosophical alignment, sustainability within increasingly polarized regional power structure, position allowing professional service without demanded political loyalty, community connection offering stability absent from transient security contracts. Such considerations balanced idealism with pragmatism, characteristic of experienced wasteland operators who had survived long enough to develop nuanced understanding beyond simple survival reflexes. "And your assessment of mentioned transition phase?" Morgan inquired, shifting conversation toward intelligence gathering, naturally integrated into their professional relationship. Information exchange as mutual resource rather than transactional commodity. Reyes set aside empty coffee cup, leaning forward slightly as conversation entered more substantive territory. Multiple factors converging simultaneously. Emerging internal leadership, alternative gathering support through water distribution and medical coordination rather than direct confrontation. NCR increasing pressure for formalized relationship beyond current neutral stance. Strip independence creating economic disparity that fuels resident dissatisfaction with resource distribution. This comprehensive assessment confirmed Morgan's gathered intelligence while adding valuable perspective from different information networks. The King's letter had indeed understated situation complexity through diplomatic phrasing, the actual circumstances suggesting approaching decision point requiring experienced security infrastructure beyond current capacity. "Your decision timeline?" Reyes inquired after allowing appropriate interval for information processing. Morgan considered this question with characteristic thoroughness, weighing multiple factors beyond simple employment considerations. 3 days remaining before reasonable response requirement. Final determination pending comprehensive self-assessment regarding service readiness versus continued independence value. This precisely structured response might have seemed unnecessarily formal to outsiders, but between former professional partners, it conveyed significant information beyond literal content. Deliberate consideration rather than impulsive response. Recognition of personal factors beyond tactical assessment. Respect for genuine choice rather than presumed inevitable conclusion. Reyes nodded, understanding underlying message with practiced familiarity. Reasonable approach. My departure scheduled for morning return to Freeside. Position acceptance determined, though implementation flexible. Your company welcome, should paths align. Independent arrival equally respected, should separate timeline prove preferable. With communication foundation established, conversation transitioned toward practical sharing of regional intelligence. Raider activity patterns observed during recent travels, settlement status updates, resource availability fluctuations throughout territories both had traversed from different directions. This information exchange flowed with practiced efficiency, developed during years of professional association, neither requiring explicit structure nor compromising thorough coverage, despite conversational format. As night deepened around their small camp, conversation gradually shifted toward more personal exchange. Observations about wasteland phenomena unrelated to security considerations, occasional anecdotes from separate travels, philosophical reflections on existence within post-apocalyptic environment that transcended mere survival functionality. This balanced interaction demonstrated the complex relationship they had developed. Professional respect and operational compatibility, supplemented by genuine interpersonal connection, without demanding emotional performance beyond authentic comfort parameters. Eventually, practical considerations asserted priority, sleep necessity acknowledged for maintaining optimal function during subsequent travel, regardless of final destination decision. They established watch rotation with unconscious coordination, requiring no explicit negotiation, each understanding the other's capabilities and preferences through years of shared experience. Morgan took first watch, position selected with characteristic attention to optimal observation parameters combined with appropriate comfort maintenance for extended vigilance. The wasteland night surrounded their small camp with familiar sounds, distant coyote communications, wind moving through rock formations creating subtle whistling variations. Occasional shifting of loose stones as small creatures navigated darkness with greater confidence than daylight allowed. These natural rhythms provided backdrop for continuing reflection regarding the decision facing Morgan after months of independent wandering. The conversation with Reyes had clarified certain aspects while introducing additional considerations. Confirmation of genuine community need rather than mere employment opportunity. Perspective on regional political developments affecting sustainability of independent operation. Reminder of professional satisfaction, available through structured security service aligned with compatible leadership philosophy. Yet fundamental questions remained regarding personal identity and purpose within Wasteland's challenging environment. Returning to King's service would provide clear role definition and meaningful contribution to community, demonstrating genuine civilizational potential amid post-apocalyptic regression. Continuing independent existence offered experiences impossible within settlement constraints, and freedom from responsibility burdens that eventually extracted psychological cost, regardless of philosophical alignment with authority served. The Mojave night offered no simple answer to these considerations, stars maintaining their ancient patterns, with cosmic indifference to human decisions occurring beneath their distant illumination. Unlike most wasteland choices, forced by immediate survival pressures, this decision emerged from genuine privilege of functional capability within multiple potential environments. Rare opportunity for self-determination in a world where most lives remain defined by circumstance, limitations, rather than personal preference. As watch hours passed in contemplative silence, Morgan's thoughts returned repeatedly to memories of service within Freeside, moments where protection work transcended mere violence prevention to enable genuine community development previously impossible within constant threat conditions. The King's governance philosophy had always emphasized creating opportunity for resident advancement rather than merely establishing control parameters or extracting resource tribute, approach uniquely compatible with Morgan's personal values regarding legitimate authority, purpose, within post-apocalyptic reconstruction efforts. By the time watch rotation transition arrived, something had shifted within Morgan's deliberation process. Not final decision, but clarified understanding of evaluation criteria transcending simple professional opportunity assessment. The genuine question concerned not employment conditions, but purpose alignment, whether personal meaning derived from independent experience justified continuation despite recognized community need for capabilities developed through years of professional service. After waking Reyes with standard protocol that optimized transition security without creating disorientation risks, Morgan settled into sleep cycle with practiced efficiency that permitted rest without surrendering situational awareness entirely. Even during unconscious processing, part of professional training remained active. Environmental sounds categorized automatically, threat patterns distinguished from normal variation, security maintenance continuing through biological recovery period. Dreams came with unusual clarity, memories and potential futures intermingling without typical boundary dissolution characteristic of sleep cognition. Morgan moved through Freeside streets with bodyguard precision, scanning crowd patterns for behavioral anomalies while maintaining protective position relative to the king. During community interaction events, simultaneously, independent wasteland exploration unfolded, discovering radiation-adapted botanical specimen displaying unusual properties, documenting finding in personal journal maintained without professional obligation, experience valued for discovery itself rather than tactical application potential. These parallel narratives continued throughout sleep cycle, neither presented as a superior alternative nor establishing conflict requiring resolution. Instead, they illustrated different manifestation pathways for same fundamental capabilities and values. Protection enabling community development versus exploration expanding understanding. Security expertise applied through structured service versus independent implementation, according to personal assessment. Purpose defined through contribution to collective welfare versus individual growth through novel experience accumulation. When natural waking occurred with first hint of dawn illumination, Morgan emerged from sleep with unusual clarity regarding decision parameters. The question transcended simple employment opportunity versus independence preservation, revealing deeper consideration about service nature itself. Whether protection work represented merely professional capability for exchange, or fundamental expression of personal purpose, through enabling others' security and development. Reyes had already prepared morning coffee, the familiar ritual reflecting their established working patterns that required no explicit coordination. He offered filled cup without conversation requirement, respecting both morning transition process and private deliberation without demanding premature articulation. As eastern horizon gradually brightened with approaching sunrise, Morgan finally broke extended silence with uncharacteristically direct personal statement. I miss the purpose clarity of protection service. Independent wandering provides experience richness but lacks contribution substance that gives meaning beyond self-recognition. This admission represented significant vulnerability departure from typical communication patterns between them, acknowledging psychological factors beyond practical considerations that normally defined their professional interactions. The statement revealed genuine discovery through months of independent experience, rather than merely rationalization of inevitable return to familiar patterns. Reyes received this disclosure with appropriate respect, neither dismissing its significance nor demanding further elaboration beyond offered parameters. Protection work serves something beyond self when aligned with worthy recipient. The King's approach creates community where security enables development rather than merely imposing control. Significant distinction in wasteland governance models. His response acknowledged the philosophical core underlying Morgan's statement while maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding personal decision validation. Their professional relationship had always balanced genuine respect with individual autonomy. recognition of shared values without presuming identical implementation requirements. As sunrise proper began transforming the Mojave landscape, colors emerging from night's monochromatic limitations, Morgan reached decision with characteristic clarity once proper consideration parameters had been established. I'll accompany your return to Freeside. Final service commitment determination pending direct conversation with the king, but preliminary orientation favors position acceptance with specific condition negotiations. This resolution reflected both the decision itself and appropriate implementation approach, direction established while maintaining necessary assessment opportunity through direct leadership interaction before formal commitment. Unlike typical wasteland impulsivity or decision paralysis extremes, the approach demonstrated measured consideration integrating multiple factors into coherent conclusion without artificial certainty regarding future developments. They broke camp with practiced efficiency, each handling specific responsibilities without requiring explicit coordination. Years of professional association had established functional patterns that persisted despite months of separate activity, muscle memory and shared standards creating seamless collaboration without conscious management requirements. Within remarkably short interval, their presence location showed no evidence of overnight occupation, beyond minor soil compression, invisible to any observer lacking specialized tracking capability. As they began, journey toward Freeside visible in far distance, conversation remained minimal but comfortable, communication occurring when necessary without artificial interaction requirements. The wastelands stretched around them with characteristic harsh beauty, radiation-altered plant life displaying unusual color variations and adaptation patterns, geological formations revealing layers of Earth's history exposed through nuclear reconfiguration of landscape. Morgan observed these surroundings with appreciation undiminished by decision to return to structured service. The months of independent wandering had developed observational capacity beyond security assessment parameters, genuine interest in natural phenomena for their inherent qualities rather than tactical significance, attention to beauty persistent amid devastation, recognition of adaptation resilience throughout ecosystems recovering from catastrophic disruption. These perspective developments represented valuable growth rather than wasted interval, capabilities that would enhance professional performance rather than requiring compartmentalization from security functions. The king had always valued personnel with developed observational capacity beyond mere threat assessment, understanding that community protection required comprehensive environmental awareness, including appreciation factors beyond danger indicators alone. Your acquired knowledge regarding radiation-adapted botanical specimens would interest followers researchers at Old Mormon Fort, Reyes observed during brief rest interval, indicating journal visible in Mormon's pack. Their ecological restoration projects benefit from field observations beyond established research parameters. This observation acknowledged value in experiences gained during independent wandering, while suggesting integration pathway within community structure, contribution potential beyond direct security application, knowledge sharing as community service rather than merely professional function. The comment demonstrated Reyes' understanding of Morgan's unstated concern regarding independence benefits, preservation within structured service resumption. The king has always encouraged personnel development beyond protection specialization, he added after appropriate interval. Values perspective, diversity rather than narrow capability focus, distinguishing quality from typical wasteland authority structures. Morgan nodded, acknowledging both factual accuracy and supportive intention behind observation. The king indeed maintained unusual leadership philosophy within wasteland context. Personnel valued for individual capability contribution rather than mere functional interchangeability. Development encouraged beyond immediate application requirements. Perspective diversity actively cultivated rather than suppressed for control maintenance. As their journey continued through morning hours, Freeside growing gradually larger in distance, Morgan experienced increasing certainty regarding decision appropriateness. The months of independent wandering had provided necessary perspective development and personal exploration space, but purpose fulfillment ultimately required application within community context, rather than merely self-referential experience accumulation. Protection service under leadership aligned with personal values regarding legitimate authority function offered optimal balance between capability utilization and philosophical compatibility. The King's approach to Freeside governance provided rare opportunity to contribute security expertise toward genuine community development, rather than mere control maintenance or resource extraction. Purpose alignment that transcended simple employment parameters. By the time they reached outskirts of Freeside territory in late afternoon, Morgan had developed comprehensive framework for impending conversation with the King. Specific service conditions balancing community contribution with personal development space. Security assessment regarding reported transition phase challenges. Implementation recommendations based on observed regional developments affecting settlement sustainability within evolving Mojave power dynamics. The community's physical presence emerged with increasing detail as they approached, external barricades maintaining necessary security differentiation from surrounding wasteland, residents moving with purpose rather than mere survival subsistence, characteristic of smaller settlements. Modest commercial activity suggesting resource circulation beyond immediate necessity exchange, despite obvious limitations and visible poverty compared to Strip's excessive resource concentration. Freeside demonstrated genuine civilization emergence from apocalyptic regression, community development rather than mere population proximity. As they passed through outer security checkpoint, King's members on patrol duty recognized both former officers with visible reaction combining surprise and professional acknowledgement. No excessive greeting disrupted security protocol, but subtle communication moved visibly through patrol network. Information regarding their arrival transmitted toward central authority through established channels, indicating functional organizational structure rather than merely symbolic presence. The familiar streets of Freeside presented both consistency and evolution since Morgan's departure months earlier. Basic infrastructure maintained, while small improvements indicated ongoing development efforts. Resident behaviors demonstrating established routine patterns, while incorporating adaptation to changing conditions. Community identity preserved through distinctive characteristics while accommodating necessary transitions. Their path led naturally toward the King's School of Impersonation. Structure serving as both community leadership center and cultural preservation institution. Practical governance combined with symbolic continuity that provided stability, foundation for development rather than mere survival. The building's maintained condition amid surrounding deterioration reflected priority resource allocation toward community representation rather than personal luxury. Leadership philosophy visible through physical manifestation. As they approached primary entrance, Morgan experienced momentary recalibration. Physical surroundings triggering procedural memory patterns established through years of service. Security assessment, automatically processing through professional pathways, temporarily dormant during independent wandering. Role identity re-engaging with environmental context that had shaped its development. Rather than feeling like limitation restoration, this reactivation provided clarity, framework, capabilities, finding appropriate application, context, purpose, aligning with environmental parameters, personal capacity, engaging with meaningful contribution. Opportunity. The king's member standing watch at entrance recognized them immediately. Professional neutrality briefly interrupted by genuine recognition before protocol reassertion. The king mentioned potential arrival, indicated immediate notification upon appearance. Please wait while communication proceeds. This reception confirmed letter's authenticity beyond already established verification. Prepared response indicating legitimate outreach rather than potential misrepresentation. Their arrival had been anticipated as significant development rather than routine personnel matter, indicating genuine value assignment to their potential service resumption rather than mere staffing consideration. As communication proceeded through established channels, Morgan conducted comprehensive environmental assessment with professional thoroughness, security parameter evaluation, personnel deployment analysis, visitor screening protocols, overall defensive posture relative to reported community tensions. This automatic process provided both practical intelligence gathering and psychological transition assistance. Professional function re-engagement through established patterns while accommodating perspective developments from independent interval, within remarkably brief time frame indicating priority status assignment. Response returned through security communication network. The king will receive you immediately in private office rather than public reception area. Indicates conversation nature requires appropriate discretion parameters. This distinction carried significant implication. Professional discussion anticipated rather than performance demonstration. Substantive exchange prioritized over symbolic recognition. Genuine consultation valued above mere authority acknowledgement. Such approach reinforced Morgan's preliminary assessment regarding legitimate purpose alignment potential, rather than simple employment opportunity. As they were escorted through familiar corridors toward private meeting location, Morgan noticed subtle changes throughout facility. Security measures, enhanced with strategic discretion rather than obvious intimidation display. Operational adjustments indicating evolved threat assessment rather than merely continued pattern implementation. Resource allocation reflecting prioritization refinement through experienced application rather than static distribution maintenance. The king's private office presented characteristic balance between practical functionality and leadership representation. Working space designed for actual governance, implementation, rather than merely symbolic authority display. Personal elements indicating individual humanity behind official position. Organizational tools demonstrating systematic approach to community management beyond charismatic personality dependency. The king himself rose from desk as they entered, his movement displaying the practiced grace that had become his trademark, while subtle indicators revealed genuine physical presence beneath stylized presentation. Unlike most wasteland authority figures who relied on intimidation posture or resource display, his leadership presence emerged through authentic engagement rather than artificial projection. Mireo, Morgan, Reyes. He acknowledged each with specific recognition rather than generic greeting, indicating individual valuation beyond mere functional consideration. Your arrival represents valuable potential during significant community transition period. Appreciate consideration extended toward invitation, despite independent paths established. This opening established immediate substantive framework rather than ceremonial exchange. Direct acknowledgement of situation parameters, respect for personal autonomy within decision process, legitimate community need rather than merely authority convenience. Such approach characterized the king's leadership philosophy that had always distinguished him from typical wasteland authority figures. genuine engagement with those he led, rather than merely extracting their service through necessity, exploitation, or intimidation implementation. "Please sit," he continued, indicating comfortable chairs arranged for conversation rather than hierarchical positioning. "Coffee available if desired." Conversation anticipated requiring comprehensive exchange rather than merely preliminary reintroduction. As they settled into indicated positions, accepting offered refreshment with appropriate appreciation, Morgan recognized the familiar rhythm of the king's interaction approach. Practical comfort, consideration, creating conducive exchange environment. Unnecessary formality eliminated without sacrificing appropriate respect parameters. Efficiency combined with genuine engagement rather than merely expedient processing. Freeside faces evolutionary requirement rather than merely cyclical challenge, the king began, establishing substantive discussion without unnecessary preliminary exchange. External pressure from major regional powers coincides with internal governance expectations, evolution, and resource limitation constraints. Security infrastructure requires corresponding adaptation beyond merely personnel augmentation or tactical adjustment. This direct assessment confirmed Morgan's gathered intelligence while providing leadership perspective regarding situation integration. Comprehensive understanding rather than merely isolated factor response. Strategic framework rather than tactical reaction. Governance philosophy, application rather than merely crisis management implementation. Your extended, independent interval provides valuable perspective development opportunity, he continued, acknowledging Morgan's personal journey without presumptuous interpretation. Application. Experience beyond established parameters often reveals insight unavailable through continued pattern implementation, regardless of previous effectiveness. Such perspective particularly valuable during transition requirement phases. This remarkable statement demonstrated the king's distinctive leadership quality that had always inspired genuine loyalty beyond mere employment calculation. Recognition of individual growth, value outside organizational parameters, appreciation for perspective development through separation rather than merely interrupted service interpretation, genuine interest in evolved capability rather than merely resumed previous function. As conversation progressed into detailed situation assessment and potential response implementation, Morgan experienced growing certainty regarding decision appropriateness. The king's leadership approach remained uniquely aligned with personal values concerning legitimate authority, purpose, community development facilitation rather than merely control, maintenance, individual capability appreciation rather than functional interchangeability, treatment. Purpose orientation beyond mere power accumulation or resource extraction. Protection service under such leadership offered optimal balance between capability utilization and philosophical compatibility. Security expertise applied toward genuine civilization reconstruction rather than merely survival maintenance. Professional skill contributing to community development possibility rather than merely damage limitation implementation. Purpose fulfillment through meaningful contribution towards something transcending individual existence. The Mojave sunset painted Freeside in gentle amber hues, visible through office windows, transforming humble buildings into gold-touched monuments to human persistence amid apocalyptic aftermath. As conversation established mutual understanding regarding both community needs and individual implementation parameters, Morgan recognized fundamental truths underlying protection work, aligned with worthy purpose. Security enabling possibility rather than merely preventing destruction. Service creating space for development rather than simply maintaining existence. Contribution toward future potential rather than merely preserving present limitation. The price of power, of capability developed through experience and skill refined through application, was responsibility toward purpose, transcending self-ziplong. Independent wandering had provided necessary perspective development and personal exploration space, but ultimately found meaning through application towards something beyond individual experience accumulation. In accepting position within the king's security structure, with specific conditions preserving continued development opportunity, Morgan chose purpose connection rather than merely employment resumption. Protection enabling community possibility rather than merely violence prevention. Service aligned with vision beyond mere survival. Capability finding worthy application context rather than extraction exploitation. As night settled over Freeside and conversation concluded with mutual understanding established, the king offered simple statements that captured essential exchange substance beyond detailed implementation planning. Protection work serves something beyond security alone when aligned with genuine development purpose. Appreciate your capability contribution toward making Freeside something beyond merely surviving wasteland. In this quiet acknowledgement, the circle completed between independence exploration and service resumption. Personal growth integrated with community contribution, individual development enhancing collective capability, freedom finding purpose through chosen commitment rather than merely avoiding responsibility limitation. Morgan had discovered through months of wasteland wandering that true freedom emerged not from obligation absence, but from purpose alignment, capability finding worthy application, skill serving vision beyond self-perception, protection creating possibility beyond mere existence maintenance. The price of power was responsibility toward worthy purpose, payment willingly offered when aligned with genuine values, rather than merely extracted through necessity exploitation. In returning to the king's service with evolved perspective and refined understanding, Morgan accepted this exchange with clear vision regarding both cost and value. Protection work enabling community development possibility, security expertise creating space for civilization reconstruction, personal capability finding meaning through contribution toward future transcending present limitations. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.